Hello, everybody. Time check. 19 months. Thank you very much, Temtic. That's a very long time. Salah. How are you doing today, Temtic? Are you busy working on your game jam? Or Mezu's game jam, should I say? Jamming. Nice, nice. Very good. Sounds good. The jam is a lot shorter than I thought. I thought it was like a week, not a weekend. And I'm like, goddamn. I see Jedham's working on it as well. I saw you there this morning while I was lurking. Who else is doing it? Marius is apparently doing it. Jedham, Boom, Steto. Hyper... What's it? Hyper something? There was a Hyper guy that was doing it. Hyper... Hypnotic Games. Yeah, so many. Games. Yes. Can I hear myself? That's so disconcerting. Go. Cure. Yeah, lots of people are doing it. There's gonna be lots of entries, which is good. How was your week, Temtic? Did you have a good week? I was out for dinner yesterday. You did? It's good to hear. I went out for dinner last night with some friends, so I only got back quite late. I'm tired today, but that's not because I got home super late. That's because I, how do we put this? I went to bed too late. I went to bed at like 1 o'clock in the morning just because I was busy doing, you know, stuff. I need to carry on with my game. Goddamn. Goddamn. All right, let's have a look at this today. So let's see, we've got this. So I decided to change this thing. The purple is actually just going to be a enemy type. Yeah. So I need to change the C++ code for that. Spawn unit. So we're not going to have a longer spawn unit. We're just going to have an enemy type. So that. We delete that. And that should be everything we needed. We can restart the engine and see what happens. Balls, how dare you, Carrie? How dare you? How are you doing today, Carrie? How is your new computer treating you? I believe you got a new computer recently, didn't you? Yeah, Temtic got first. Well done, Temtic. Well done. And thank you for the thought, Temtic. I appreciate. Path ID we're not going to touch for a bit. Spawn. That should be fine. And then wave. So that's a group. So it's 3 groups. Well, it's a group of a group. Doing good. How are you? And yeah, my new computer's been pretty dope. Nice. Glad to hear. I'm doing pretty well. Bit tired today, but other than that, pretty well. And now I'm just waiting for Unreal Engine to finish opening, because we all know how much of a fast process that is. I love the state where it's open, but it's not usable. And it's like started rendering some things in, and then it like fully opens and it's like, okay, now it's time to go. So if we go to, what was I doing last time? So I had this struct, which in theory should no longer work. I'm surprised this works, because it's an array of apparently just enemies. Wave info. DT level 1. Which is... This doesn't seem like the correct one, to be honest with you. Because it's not the correct one. This is the correct one. So this is the one that I think is now broken because I changed the data on it. So spawn units is just apparently none. Aha! So that just works. C. And then D. I guess what we should do is add a variable on here to basically say, do we want these to spawn alternatively or individually? Because at the moment it would go A, B, C, D, and then repeat A, B, C, D, A, B, C, D, A, B, C, D for each of the enemies. But I could make it that what it does is it does all the A's, all the B's, all the C's, all the D's. But, spawn interval pre-group delay, that's for this entire thing. Let's add that quickly, because then I've got all the things that I want. Let's go back to the C++ code over here. We've got the amount, and then we want another one, which is just going to be a... that we don't care about this one. This is going to be... What would you call it? It's going to be a bool. It's not going to be an amount. It's going to be... Spawn... what would you call it? Spawn in groups? Spawn in groups. That's going to be equal to false. Hello, Sikulos. You should just do a for each loop of event tick and spawn each class. So the issue, I mean, I could do that. The thing is, I need to have a delay between when they spawn. So there's delays sort of all over the place. I actually created in my blueprints for the lols, I actually have somewhere, I think I made a new macro, which is you monster. Worm, hello. I think I have a loop with a delay. So I made this, which is just the normal for each loop, but it just has a delay node at the end. And I put it in the standard macros library so that for this whole thing, I just have this nice little neat node where I feed it the delay and it'll execute all the things based off of that, which feels illegal, but it works. So fight me. So controls with controls if we are going to spawn each item in the spawned units array. Units array and then loop, or loop. What's it? What are we up to today? What are we up to today? Today we are doing some setting up more of my spawning logic. How are you doing today, Sukilos? How was your week? Did you have a good week? What's the spawn loons and then loop, or loop that each array element before moving to the next one. Let's do that. Wait, I can actually read it. A few months back, I built a spawn manager for a bullet hell idea I was playing around with. I'd imagine you could do something similar. Yeah, okay. That sounds cool. How did that come? Did you actually progress any further with that, Carrie? Week was okay. Have to work a couple hours today because no one else is around to drive. I started designing a scene in UE this week. Ooh, that's exciting. What does it look like? Got a bunch of assets. What are you trying to design or make? Let's restart the engine. Build succeeded. It's in your show your work. Exciting. It's in streams. Show your work, show your work. Did I miss it? Did I look at it and then just not remember? Ah. Well, that looks pretty cool. What is this going to be for? Man, well, did you find all these assets for free or did you pay for them? It's a piece for music called Laminant. It's just a fun idea I was messing around. Actual game is a horror game. Almost done with it. Just go on 9 more objectives to finish up until it's done. Sounds like good progress. When are you going to start streaming again, Carrie? When is it going to happen? They're all free. They're all free to download. Nice. I believe the free assets for Unreal Engine come out next week, so those looking for them, make sure to keep an eye out. So this is our current enemy spawner, which is just an actor. And as you can see, I've got that for each with the delay here, and we create a queue and then go through it. But I think I have a better way of handling it now. Hopefully soonish. I finally had my surgery on the 14th. Then I get 6 to 8 weeks recovery, so I might start streaming towards the end of recovery. Nice! Exciting. Good luck with your surgery next week? The following week. It's next Tuesday. I'm not a fan of having supplied textures to materials manually, but it's whatever. Why'd you have to do that? So that's the enemy spawn. What's this called? This is the enemy manager. Do we have an enemy manager yet? I think we do. Ah, it's this guy. Okay. So this guy will have access to all these things. What is this mess? Let's just delete this. That's such a mess. That we can delete. I'm guessing this works, which is why it's still connected. So we'll just clean this all up. Then this can go in there. This we can just like yoink down there, as Boom would say. Be connected to that. That can go over here. Then let's see, we can move that node there. Let's reroute this up there so that's actually neat. And you can go there. Fantastic. Compile that, save that. Let's see if it all works. Before I break everything, let's press start. Let's place some towers down. Looks like it's working. Oh, is the object pooling still working? We've got 10 enemies, 11 enemies. We've got the police coming as well. Not sure why they're coming. I mean, it's just enemies in a game. Calm down. Thanks, man. I quit my job for the surgery, so I have to do a lot of free time for a while. Nice. Oh, I guess it's good that you have the free time, but you'll need it to recover, I'm guessing. Because the model I had a blank material on, it came with textures. I had to go through each and apply them. By the way, you have to finish streaming at 3 PM today. Why do I have to finish streaming at 3 PM today? And which 3 PM? Your 3 PM or my 3 PM? Is that when you have to leave? Because Hexic gets off work at 3 PM and you can make him feel guilty for missing the stream. Your 3 PM. That's so mean. Technically, you could just go back and watch the VOD, but it's not always as fun because it's not live, you know? So that all works, which is... I know, I'm surprised to use yes, technically. Let's go back to... Oh, right, that's what we were doing. So, what is this? No valid enemy to attack. I forgot I implemented that. But who watches VODs? I don't know, but if you find them, please let me know. These VOD watching people. Some of my VODs get a bit of watches after the streams, but not much. So that works. If we go, we can delete that. This is now ABC spawn in groups. So we'll do that one as a spawn in group. And then we'll do this one as... I mean, technically that's still a spawning group, but we'll do an alternative for this one. Alternating. And we're going to remove that and that from the first lot. And that won't be a spawn group, so we'll save that. Now we've got a data table to associate it with. I was thinking about where to keep these spawn list things, because I need somewhere where I can sort of easily reference where they are. And funny enough, and I might do this, the place that I thought of actually putting it was definitely not the settings menu, but it's good to know that the settings menu doesn't work. That's always a good sign. Well, you can't go back out from the settings menu. If we go to select a level, I've created this data class that we read in here for all the data levels, and I'm thinking of actually, because this is the data table, using this as sort of the source of truth as well. So have this file also read by the enemy manager to figure out what's the associated data table for it. I found out the other day that you can invert spin a fidget spinner. You hold it on the wing part and spin the bearing. I did not know that. That's pretty cool. I discovered the other day you get fidget spinner pens. So, like, I have this pen that's got like a fidget spinner on the top cap, which is surprisingly fun to play with. So now the trick is I've come up with this idea of reusing this data structure, but now I need to find out where that data structure is. When your phone vibrates and you're not sure why. Hello, motherfuckers! Turning Cog, hello, how are you doing? No, is it load ready? Select. TD select data. Is this it? Is multi-lane, map. Actually, this would be the perfect file for this. So where's the struct? It exists over here. So this struct needs to take phantom vibration is real and a problem. That's just what I need to add to the list of things to be worried about is phantom vibration. Thank you for that, Turning Cog. So let me get this straight. I'm using a data table to hold a reference to a data table to be able to get said data table. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. I mean, building out a legendary variant of a V12 1930s car in Blender. Oh, wow. How's that been going? What is it? Data, is it F data table? What would a data table be? Data table. Or we could just use that. And that will be a... It's a U world, which is a U object. What are you? You are a struct. Can you hold that? Like that? Will that work? Definitely not a test. So this will be, what do we want to call it? What is this thing? This is level data. Let's just call it level spawn data. Level spawn data. I learned a lot of actual motor math to get the diameters in relationship close enough for friction. I don't know. That's super cool. I didn't even think that was a part of a thing you wanted to do. Like, you need to do all of that for the friction, but I guess that makes sense that you would. It's just something I didn't like. It didn't actively occur to me, but then I haven't really actively thought about it. So there's that. Yay, coffee acquired. I haven't had any coffee today. No, that's a lie. I've had one coffee today. I feel like I need another one. Well, I don't need another one. I want another one. Let's be honest. I want it to be at least believable. Fair. I was gonna say. How are you alive right now? I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. There's a point at which I think the sleep deprivation just becomes exhaustion, and then you just like, it's the second wind, you know? Who do I need? I need this one. Lack of believable car anatomy in games has bothered me for so long. I'm gonna fix it with nanite. Good. At least someone's getting on top of that. Have you seen the, like, to what extent are you doing it? Are you just doing it from making it as accurate as possible, or you want to go like looks as well from the like in Unreal Engine, where you had the tire that actually was able to warp as it went over like rocks and stuff in the tech demo they did back when I used to stay up for 48 hours. 48 hours at a time. I don't know how you do that. I hit, after about the 16-hour mark, I start to struggle a lot. I've done like 24 hours when I've been away for like 24 hours before, or longer than 24 hours. And I find the problem with that is I just land up having to catch up on all the sleep. I think the only time I've ever in my entire life slept for like 10 hours straight was after I was awake for more than 24 hours. I like the tire deformation and flexion suspension component that reacts to terrain and speed. If I have to fake that, that's not a big deal. I mean, that should be pretty good. That should be fine to do in Unreal though. And basically work a 40-hour week in 2 days. That's a lot. I mean, when I'm working like, when I was working 16-hour days, I did it for about 2 days. That was a lot. Now, when you're having calls with your boss at 10 o'clock at night to sort out issues on something you're releasing later in the week, that was a fun week. Having the spinning fan belt and vibration motor has been satisfying. Oh, I can imagine. That does sound quite fun. I don't initialize member thing. What do I set it to? Just empty? Is there an empty? Oh, you can just set it to itself. So let's try that. Okay, now let's restart the engine. Also, I can't give you shit anymore about the detail you slapped into your turrets because I'm just as guilty. You see? You see? It's fun, right? Like adding that just obscene level of detail where you just make your towers like, oh, you make the thing as realistic as possible. It would probably be really bad for me to work on something that exists in the real world because I would try and model it as high definition as I could. I don't know why, but I have a weird urge to go and model a circuit board, and I have no idea why. I think that could be kind of fun. Especially if you can get like a diagram of the different layers. So you can build it where you could actually strip the layers part by part. You can just make this really cool 3D illustration of the board. Can't tell you what I'd use it for, but you know, other than that, I think it would just be, it could look quite cool. Okay, so in theory, I've lost the other class. That's not in theory, that has just happened. Now I'm convinced it never opened. Spawn list, that's not it. Level data, that's the one. Row name. Why give me a row name? I don't want row name, I want the whole table. So I would go test static, for example. Map 5. Test static map, this one. So I would go with that. And you can associate a wave to it. Hey Ben. The free code, hello. The idle animation of the car is going to take up 10% of your CPU by itself. Does it have to be a row handle? What else do we have? But good to know that you can do that. I guess if I looked at the struct, I could see, so is it object pointer? Oh, it's a U data table. That's what I want. Delete that, and then I think I can just go null pointer. Like that. And that should just work, right? Right? What are the odds that doesn't work? Fuck him. I'll update twice on tick to be sure. So accurate, you're doing checks on tick. So when do we get to see some examples of this turning card? Show said high level details. What is this? An object pointer is a type of your object that is meant as a function drop-down replacement of a raw pointer in member properties. I'm not sure we actually want that. Do we not want a T-soft object pointer? Actually, let's do that. T-soft object pointer. Because then we get some thing. To be fair, the traces on my interaction system are done faster than tick speed. Oh, I don't know that. Because I suppose tick has to wait for everything to finish, doesn't it? You bring up a good point of making sure I'm adding delays into my BPS. Crimson, hello. How are you doing today? I think. So that should just work, right? Yeah, that works. I'm just thinking now. So we've got an access to the level spawn data. Now select, so this is called select level data, which is technically correct. Actually, I kind of like this because this means that we've got a single source of truth that two classes are using, which is better. Doing okay, getting hungry. Go get some food. The traces on my interaction system are done every 0.1 seconds on a custom event, which I can change the speed of if I need, since I'm using a variable for it. That's pretty cool that you can do that. I actually never considered doing something like that. I think I'm so trained to have everything running near or on tick that I forget you can do things like that. Level spawn multi-line. So that solves that, but now the only issue is I need to use this and test it. So what if we... Let's change the map file. So that's level 3 hills. So if I select that, go like that, then go back to you, go to here and select that. Fine, don't do that. There we go. Level 3 hills. Okay. So the reason I'm doing that is I just want to save the one that I'm using there. Then we can save that, go back to this one, keep that image, and we want test static map 5. Static map 5. So that way what we can do is we can keep using this map as the primary map, do all the tests to see if the level spawning stuff works, and that should be it. Now I need to have a map association for the enemy type and the enemy to spawn. I've got to do. I need some kind of mapping to say that. Yeah. Basically, move that down. Let's take this. Put this here. So for the enemy types, we need something to say this. Probably a struct somewhere. Enemy. I suppose it would have to be another data table. We'll make an enemies data table with a unique type. So enemy type A, and then we'll give it a value. Let's change the color of that to a bit darker, and that will be path to enemy type A BP. So that, like that. And we'll do the same for both. Yeah, let's put that down slightly. 1, 2, 3. B. E. No, that's not B, that's D. I mean C. And then B. C. B. Where am I going to put this? Because I actually want it to be unique. Because it would be... Go to the enemy manager. Actually, we could just make it a struct inside of here. Does it need to be a struct? No, I guess not. So here's the enemy manager. I'm gonna have to What are you? You are a struct. You're public. You're protected. Oh, I've already done that. There we go. Well, that's convenient. So if I go into my base, we should have... Oh, yeah, we should have that variable that exists. That's the test map. That's the spawn queue. Current enemies in wave. What did I give it? Edit anywhere, blueprint read write, and it's called enemy list. This is the wrong one. This is enemy spawner. I need the enemy manager. There's the enemy list. So we've got A, then we've got B, we've got C. And I love that it actually doesn't do what I thought it would do. Because I'm so scared of car companies suing me for trade dressing, I'm building damn near the whole car from the motor up, only using somebody else's model for rough guidelines. I mean, that makes sense. Copyright laws are quite weird like that, where even if you can see the design for something and how it's implemented, you can't technically use it. I feel like software is different, because technically if someone's created something and it's copyrighted, we can just... but if someone makes it, I think it's the public domain, then it's like free-for-all. Trade dress is where your product looks like it obviously looks like it's belonged to a specific brand. So like BMW cars have a very specific look. If you end up making essentially Gran Turismo but on PC, I'd be so happy, because Sony have been so stubborn never letting it come to PC. Or maybe they'll start allowing that now that they've got the, you know, PlayStation app for PC, and you have to have a PlayStation account for things. I actually set this up for a completely different reason, but it's just funny that it worked out this how I needed it to. You've been asking Sony to put Gran Turismo on PC for over 10 years. Are they still making new games for it? They're still making new games for it? Okay. So Sony's definitely decided that is not coming to PC. Let's make the spawner. So we've got that. The enemy manager is going to handle spawning. So what do we need to first? So first we need to figure out... let's write some pseudocode here. So first, figure out what level we are on. Level we are on. Then what we want is to load the data table, find the data table for the level from Was it DT select level data? DT select level data. Read in, get a reference. Oh, I suppose you can use a pointer. Get a pointer. Actually, can't use a point. Actually, we could use a pointer. We'll need to first load the software. Load the load the asset. Load the asset in and get the first wave out. On wave start, begin spawning the wave. So that's what we need to do, kind of vaguely. Is anyone playing the new Battlefield? Didn't that come out like today or yesterday? I guess the easy way to check is go into Twitch and check browse games. What is everyone playing? No, it's not out yet. When is it coming out? Has anyone played Silk Song? I played during the beta, but it crashed within 5 minutes of the first game. Ah, fun. No gaming. Tempting has no time for games. Only making games. It's on the 10th of October. Okay, so it's in a week's time. No more kernel level anti-cheat for me for a while. Fair. That whole sort of... the amount of games that have that is kind of scary at this point. Have you seen that some of the anti-cheats are now interfering with each other? So for example, I think it was one of the new games came out and the anti-cheat wouldn't work if you had Valorant's anti-cheat installed. Or if you had Valorant installed, because you have to have it. Yeah, Low Level did a video on that. Oh, that's so funny. I need to go and have a look at that. They're interfering with people's BIOS. They're doing so much. My issue is, and I think part of the issue is you've got companies that are making games who make mistakes, because that's inherently, you know, the thing. And they're now writing code that's running at the kernel level. And it's just like, should that really be trusted to them? The Windows updates was bricking people's machines. Yikes. Of course it was. I'm expecting Windows to prevent kernel level access probably within the next couple years. Because after the previous shit show, I think it's a thing where stuff's going to be prevented from running at kernel level because it's just a mess. Now, if I go and I run, let's start with this, right? So on begin play, get level. That's the uActor. Now, does the uActor tell me get level? Wait, get, well, isn't it get level name? Get current level name. What does that return? Because I can never remember. And let's go my favorite. Actually, that can go in there. What happens if we just do that? Click compile, save, play, start. It's a pain in the ass to see because I didn't click that little tick box. Test static map is what it's called. Test static map. I'm thinking of a good way of basically handling get the level name, and from get the level name, we are able to extract the correct data table asset from it. Because we read this in and we set the unless what we do is because this file doesn't automatically assume that that is the unique level name. So I need to find a good way of being able to extract which one of these is we can get out. What is that? How am I even going to do that? There's got to be an easy way of doing this. Okay, first let's close you because we're not going to use you for a while. Actually, I'm pretty sure that other class doesn't actually do anything at the moment. Create events, spawn enemies, spawn enemies, spawn enemies. Where is that? That's that. That's fine. We build the pools. Actually, before we build the pools, we want to have the level data. So we want to have something here that's able to read the level and find the data table that's associated with it. And that's on begin play, which means that if it's on begin play, we would need something to set something in the constructor of something. I guess what we do is so we have a few streams ago, we spoke about a custom way of starting a level where we read a file and we can set a whole bunch of information. And I think that might be the way of doing it. But I just need to then see if this class, because we would do two things where let's draw it out. So what this little class I keep talking about would do is it would spawn the level. It would then, after spawning, it would have a way of basically announcing, maybe we use a broadcast, announcing which map we're on, which map level we are on for the spawner. How was I doing this? Hold on. This is a problem that I've technically solved before. We open the game mode. BP game mode. I've solved this problem before. We insert a trace that has nothing to do with it. Log the current time that we don't need. To begin play, we set up all our bindings. We get the game instance. Now remember, this is the game mode that is spawned after the level has been constructed. Because in Unreal Engine, is it after? It is after. because it needs a reference to the U world. We get the current level name, and then in the current level name we have a level associated to a file, which works, but I don't like that because it's not, there's like a lack of information. So what we want is, let's do this. Level spawned. Set some value. Some level value ident. Then used by other classes to fetch level data. I wish we could make this thinner. Braxton, hello, how are you doing? How was your week? How was your stream yesterday? It was a week. Stream was good. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. I was out last night for dinner, so I missed your stream, unfortunately. Hopefully, I will catch you today. That frog has seen some shit. It's a sus frog, after all. You ever go into Sketchfab? Sometimes, not often. Did you find any good stuff there? That's where I got all my assets I'm using. Oh, nice. I need to have a look there. Because I'm still trying to find the assets I'm going to use for my enemies. We finished Phineas and Ferb and started working on a game reference for the Halloween project. Oh, nice! I suppose it is October now, so it is a Halloween reference month. Or Halloween month. Science and technology. Characters and creatures. I love how the first one... Wait, are these the... Did someone extract all the Fortnite skins? It does look like someone's extracted all the Fortnite skins. So, can I change this to... Not that, not that. Why can't you add any... There's like... Cool, I can filter by characters and creatures, but why can't I filter by, like, you know, what type? Because, like, there's a lot in here, and I don't want to have to go through every single one to find a very specific style of what I'm looking for in my game. Like, how do I find aliens? Or mechs? Mech. Oh, there's mechs. Like, I'm looking for mech enemies for my game. So, like, mech, alien? Or mech insect? Some of these could possibly. Oh, I love how it's now available. Get it on Fab. Did not have an NSF filter, probably. There's show restricted, so it might be under there. That doesn't mean shit. trying to find, let's see. Let's wait for the ads to be over. I'll be right back when we have the ads. Right back. Wait, now I'm just confused. Are the ads done? Did the ads finish? Yes, they did. Cool. I think what we do, the solution is this. We go and we say the level is spawned, then we basically announce to the game instance, tell GI game instance what level number. Maris, hello. How is your game going, Maris? Are you enjoying coming back to the Unreal Engine? I will end you. Yes, starting it up again. Nice. Apparently you're competing with Boom, Maris, so good luck. Because Boom is an actual professional. Ew, gross, it's Marius. He's got cooties from being in the world for too long. Competing. She's on my team. What? What? It's the ultimate powerhouse. So do we get to see a peak? The teams are wild. Lovely to see you as well. How's the progress been going so far, Maris? Have you done much? Let's see, you've done 3 commits. Day 1. Commit my entire project. Gonna download your project and see what it looks like. No, I'm not. We're barely off the ground. Oh, you've got some stuff done. Sure, man, go for it. No, I'm kidding. I'm not gonna do that now. Wait, how is Boom getting access to it? Because there's currently 2 users and I'm one of them. Or you just like downloading and sending it as a zip file? I just accidentally selected create blocking volume and UE is completely locked up. Weird. Are you using... Why? There must be a bug in it. I'm on a team with Mags, David, and Pemmy. Are you doing most of the coding then, Temptic? What do you mean? Boom and you are contributors. You shouldn't be added unless you're looking at the Infinite Tower repo. The one that says UE. Hold on, I'll just show you. This one where it says all users and I can see myself. That's the one that I'm talking about. Unless you now have a super secret other project with people. Oh, that's just the commit history. Ah. You always see yourself there. Ah, okay. Yoink! I'll just yoink it again. The only reason I'm saying yoink is just to annoy you for no reason. Because Boom says that Boom comes in here and yoinks everyone's stuff, so now I'm just saying that to you, Maris. You get yoinked. Select level data. I'll make sure to play your game. Or can I play it? I think I can play it. I mean, I suppose technically I can just clone it and play it at any point, but when it's done, then I'll play it. Wait, what engine version are you using? It's probably some like old one now. Work on the game loop now. The latest. Wait, you're using 5.9.1 already? God damn. You unlocked the secret hidden branches from Epic. Oh, in that case, I'm going to upgrade my game to the latest just to annoy you. No, I'm not going to do that. I don't want to deal with updating Unreal Engine. I'm still on 5.5.5. I don't know how many 5s there were. It's 5.6.1, yeah. The engine had all the version info installed. Just have all the engine versions like installed like the rest of us. I don't have enough hard drive space for that, or disk space, should I say, because it's running on an SSD. Just what I do wish Unreal would just remember that I've placed that there. Like, if I click save all, will you remember that I've placed you over there? No, you won't, because that's not part of the save function. That's part of the exit function. So we want select level data, that one. I'll save. Let's add a select level data get. We should load. When we complete, we do that. What part is Boom working on, Maris? Is Boom making all the models for you? The enemies? What is this name? Oh yeah, we can use that. Go like that. Put that in there. And then see if this catches fire. Please catch fire. Level 1, 2, 3, and 4. Weirdly helpful. Like, weirdly helpful. There's no ways... Oh yeah, okay, I actually did this with some kind of... Just one enemy. It's one master enemy to rule them all. I want foe for everyone to fight against. Marius, make it multiplayer. I will make you multiplayer. Make your TD multiplayer first? No. How dare you? How dare you come in here and insult me like that, Crimson? Do I look like someone who's going to sit there and make multiplayer? If you think the answer is yes, the answer is actually no. Multiplayer tower defense for you. I mean, there's ways of doing that. Like, if it's against... I guess there's two ways of doing it. There's, if you are on a team with other people, then you're both trying to survive for as long as possible. Maybe you have shared build area. If it's against other people, it's you defend against waves, and they can use resources to either build towers or spawn enemies to send in the next wave. Co-op tower defense game is pretty fun. Maybe for the next game I'll implement that. I'll rebuild this game, but just add multiplayer. Or co-op, should I say. And I'll spawn multiple instances of the game and continuously be trying to like click both the things and balance that, and I have no idea how that's even going to remotely work. Co-op DLC, yes. For the low price of £1,000, you will get the DLC that is co-opable. Ashik, hello, how are you doing? What was I doing? Okay, so we got those row names, which works fine. I want to open this. Game instance. That's not what I want. Game instance. Didn't I finish this? Fairly certain I don't need this anymore. Game settings, autosave slots, game stats, complete levels, unlock towers, last save, playtime. Fine. I've decided for my game that... what? Thank you for the subscription. I hope you're doing well on YouTube. Index is equal to 1, not 0. There's a reason for that. I've decided for my game that since I plan to have a persistent level where I stream cell levels, I won't need to actually destroy the player when it dies. Just move them to a new level. That's basically async load. Reset anime state variables, and away we go. Yeah, that sounds pretty cool. I suppose there is an advantage of that. So we have that. We want a getter and a setter for that. Let's do this. That's going to return an int 32 get. What have I called this? Did I seriously call it index? It's level index. Get the level index. That's not what I want. I want it there. So that's going to take nothing and give everything. Level index. That, and then we don't want to be print pure. We want print callable. We have a getter and then a setter. That, not that. That goes there. That goes here. This is level system. Level system. That'll be level system as well. And this will be a void set level index, which will be actually that will be an int 32 in val. Actually, we can go like that in level index. And then level index is equal to int level index. Less memory, churn, and I don't need to mess around with strong variables on death reinitializing components. You can also use player state for strong persistent variables. Yeah, that would make sense. That's actually what the player state is for. You see, I don't use the player state because if the player dies or the level changes, that gets reset, doesn't it? Wait. Actually, no, I'm wrong. I could actually just use the level state. All the player-specific stuff, I mean, as it's single player, I don't actually have to worry. I'm not doing multiplayer. Yeah, but the option's there, Crimson. Just don't be wrong, easy. Of course, my bad. Silly of me, I should have known. Okay, I'm gonna close the engine this time so that it saves that silly thing not moving away. Log memory profiler shut down. So apparently the last thing to shut down is the log timer profiler. Good to know. What will you do with that information? I don't know. Go and tell it to a random person. Unreal Engine or Unity? Which one should beginners pick? I would say Unreal Engine, but that's because I'm biased and I prefer Unreal Engine. Considering what Unity have been doing lately, I think Unreal Engine is definitely a good shout. And I would say Unreal Engine start with something called Blueprints in Unreal Engine. Godot. How dare you come in here, Temptic, and say Godot? It's a banned word. Banned word it is. Godot is very friendly. Godot is actually very friendly. And also, the thing to consider is what kind of machine you have. Because if you have a decent gaming machine, then you'll have no problems running Unreal Engine. But because the system requirements to actually run Unreal Engine are a bit heavy, or learn to code. If you prefer no code, you can use Unreal. That's just for blueprints. There's a touch of C++ behind there. So this is what blueprint code looks like. It looks scary, but it's not actually that scary. It's very simple. You just have an event. You set a value, which is this one here. You then do a switch statement on set value. And then you just have a bunch of execution paths based on which one of those ones gets executed. And that's it. Whole thing done. You can forget all this stuff over here. That's not important. No one look at that. Very simple, says the guy who already knows C++. I don't know C++. I've never worked with it before in my entire life. I don't know what you're talking about. Neither. Find a pastime that is nicer to you. Game dev can be brutal on your self-esteem. Even if you don't have deep self-loathing, you will soon. That is true. I wake up and I think to myself, why am I doing this? Why? And I got distracted and forgot what I was doing. Ah, I remember what I was doing. So, you are what? That's not what I want. I want this. Let's add a new string value. Text. And we're going to call it underscore. And we're going to call it level underscore like that. And that's actually not what I want. We're going to compile it. We're going to take that. I'm going to put it there. Then we're going to say that this is going to be called level prefix like that. You'll be happy. So that does that. That's going to be get game instance td game. Nope, that's not gonna work. Cost to td game instance How long did it take you to learn blueprints? Blueprints took me a couple of weeks to learn most of what you need for blueprints. I find them quite straightforward, but I did follow a guide on Udemy to do it. But I did have a bit of a programming background, so maybe that helped. You never stop learning blueprints. That is also true. You don't stop learning blueprints, but you learn how most of them work and how to figure them out and what you need. I find blueprints is very, very good for sort of prototyping. So I am building this whole... Where is it? I'm building this whole system out at the moment. And I'm going to build the whole thing using blueprints, and then I'll move it over to C++ once I know how it works. You learn where to find the checkboxes. There are like a few random checkboxes, which mostly consists of class settings over here that you don't know that exists. So hold on, let me show you on YouTube. You've got class settings, which is all of this. And then you have the general blueprint settings for the entire class, which is over here. It looks like a lot more than it is, but most of this you'll never use. Let's promote that to a variable because at this point, why not? ed game instance. Then get, what's it, level index, like that. It looks so confusing to combine everything and have it run as it's intended. It looks confusing, but it's like a lot of puzzle pieces. Each puzzle piece does a specific thing, and once you learn how to combine them to do stuff, it's actually not as bad. So if we look at, let's look at this, for example, just from here. I'll just ignore this. So here we have a variable which is just holds a type of data. So this one's called select level data, and that's just holding a data table, right? So that's this thing, which is just a bunch of rows, and it's got some information, and that looks like this at the bottom. Then, so you've got that. So we load that in. Once it's finished loading, you see is complete. We cast to the data table type, which just basically converts it to a different type. Then we say that we get all the row names out because we don't know which one we want. And then we loop through them, and then all this is doing is it's taking in the name of it, converting it into a string, and then printing that. And then this you don't have to worry about. You see, each one has its own set of things that it does, and that's it. What is the map that you've got? What do you mean by the map? This level? Or do you mean the one in the data table? Game dev is a puzzle where there are many different pieces that can be used to fill in the puzzle, and some of them fit together better than others. Exactly. Ah, yes, it's a database. Yeah, essentially a data table is a database. You've got a row with different information, so you see that's that one set up. I've got an image, I've got the level that's associated to that image, some data about is it multi-lane, and then I have a level spawn data, which basically for this particular level. Hello there in subscribe. Thank you for the subscription. I appreciate that. Which language are you writing it in? So, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. So this is Blueprints, which is a visual scripting language. And then this is C++. So a lot of I'm using sort of a combination between the two. So if we go back to the manager here, this is all sort of blueprints and visual scripting languages, as it's called. And then this is all the C++ side. And in Unreal Engine, you can use the two of them together through basically polymorphism or inheritance, as it's called. Without blueprints, I wouldn't do game dev. It's what made it approachable for me. Yes, it's it is very approachable for a lot of people, and that's one of the good things for it. I find, like, a lot of people get blueprints slack. I love developing in blueprints. I find it a lot of fun. I find it much more visual to be able to understand the flow, because you can physically see it. Like, you know, this node connects here, and then it does some stuff here, and then when it finishes, it goes here, and it does some other stuff. I can't even comprehend combining C++ and blueprints yet as a straight beginner. That's the nice thing, is you don't have to. You could just start with blueprints and get everything you need with blueprints. And then once you're familiar with blueprints, if you want to even add the C++, you can do it. I'm working on a game called Robo Wave. It's a 2D survival multiplayer game where you play as a bunch of robots stranded on an island, and there's a dungeon filled with loot and bosses. Oh, that sounds pretty cool. How far along in the development are you? Blueprints can be damn fast. It's all to do with how you design your code. Yes. It can be very quick. It can also be, I mean, there's pitfalls with blueprints, like not being able to figure out some of the parts or not having access to some things. But I think if you're at that point where you're struggling to get access to stuff with blueprints, you've got a very good understanding of blueprints. What was I doing? Oh, right. So I've got my, been working on it since 2023. Nice. Do you have a proposed release date for the game yet? So what am I doing? I'm getting my game instance, which is a global function. Then I'm casting to my specific one, which is this one over here. Technically this one. But technically I've taken this one and made it into a different one, but you don't need to worry about that. Then I'm saving it as a variable. Then I'm getting a variable out of it. Then after doing all of that, what did I want to do? Actually, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually move this all into a custom event. So let's, what would we call this custom event, just to separate the code out of it? Configure. Let's go configure wave data. So let's add a custom event. Configure wave data, like that. Put that there. And what we'll do is we'll call configure wave data. Call that. Then I'm going to take all of this, except for you. Bum, 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 bum. Put you at the bottom. Move you all down. Put that in there. Put that there. So okay, there we go. We get the game instance. We set it. We do that. Then what we want to do is I'm trying to get a specific row name out. So can I? Let's see if I can do this, because I can't remember if you can actually do this. Get row. Get data table row. Oh, we can do that. So let's think. Some of the things you can't access through Blueprint is maiden, though, and makes no sense. Others I kind of get it, so beginners don't end up easily bricking their project. I think the reason why they do it is something to do with the reflection system. That's the only thing I can kind of think of why, if it exists, if it should exist but doesn't. Yeah, it's December the 2nd this year. I'm going to do my marketing. Exciting. Do you have any sort of trailers or any of that kind of stuff, or are you only going to do that when you do the marketing? So take that. What is the... Oh, I can never make this. It's make... It's not make string. I used this the other day and I forget every single week. Enemy manager maybe has it. It's not make literal. It's like make something. It's What did I work on last? It was my audio menu. Audio settings. That one. Is it in here? Nope. What about in here? Scale of value, get dynamic. Nope. On a random note, for dinner today, I'm having paprika, onion, garlic, salted tuna steak with garlic fries and garlic toast. You should add some garlic to that meal. I think that's the one thing missing from that meal is just a touch of garlic. Probably what you need, just to take it to that next level. That sounds really good though. I could quite happily go with that. You come in here, comes in like every week on a Saturday, and you tell me about this amazing dinner you're about to have, and now I'm hungry. It's only 2:30 in the afternoon. I will do the trailers. It'll probably launch the game on Switch, Xbox, PS5, PC, and I'll do mobile later. Wow, that's a lot of platforms to target. What language are you doing the game in, or what engine should I say? So we load that. We do that. We do the async load. It's really good. I got a small GU Victoria sponge for dessert. Ooh, I've got angel cake for dessert. If Bubbles has left me any. Make literal name. That's not what I want. Crimson, did you find this out for me last time? I can't remember what it was. I'm curious about. I'm curious. Crimson's opinion on vampires. Oh, that's what you're trying to say. Took me a bit of time. Game Maker 2D, but I'll use Game Maker Visual. Oh wow, okay, that's pretty cool. Do you have to do much to get like development for PS5 and Xbox? Because I've never done any of that before, but it's something I was potentially looking at some point. Is it how does that actually work? Do you have to do like apply for a Steam like development license or something? Vampires are just gateway fandom to romance. Maybe the reason vampires don't want you to have garlic is because they secretly want you to have garlic so that you flavor their food. Did you ever think of that? Make string literal. Is that what I want? Yes. And if I do this, value, enter. Nope, that's not the one. Value. Make string. What is the Unreal Engine? I do this every single week. It's not string. It's like a. There is a node that I think Maris figured this out for me again last time. There's a node where you can add colon, brackets and a variable name, and it will append them together. Is it just append? String. Format text. Thank you, Marius. Every single time I forget. What would I do without you, Marius? What would I do? Prefix. Index. Ah, that's so good. It's not compatible. How dare you not be compatible? Can I convert you to name? To name. Like seriously, Unreal? I can convert it to a string and then convert the string to a name. Like, bro. IG Ghost, hello! How are you doing? I'm gonna get format text tattooed somewhere, I tell you. I'm actually writing it in my notebook, like right now, on page 1. Yeah, screw it. It's literally going on page 1. Format text. Because every week I forget. I know it exists. I use it all the time, and I can never remember its name. IG's making a farming simulator. What? What? How are you? I'm pretty good. How are you? Do you also work in Unreal Engine? Because Turning Cog is here. And Turning Cog does love his Unreal Engine devs. Will that work? We're gonna find out. Compile. Why are you angry? The type of out row is undetermined. Connect, get. What do you mean it's undetermined? Oh, because you want me to do that. No, not that. Data tables is the worst, I tell you. Out row is undetermined. Connect something to get data table row to imply. Oh, god, yeah. Get a reference or a copy. Let's get a reference. Compile. Oh, Asila. Oh, Skittles. Hello, Skittles. How are you? No, Ghost is not making a farming sim. He is making a hunting survival sim. Hunting survival sounds like a farming sim. Yeah, you're farming the enemies, right? Is that what's happening? That sounds pretty cool, though. It's funny, I have done some farming stuff, though. Oh, fair enough. In a matter of time. Oh, you want... what are you? You are... What is your game inspired by? So my game is inspired by Tower Defense. So this is what my map looks like at the moment. This is the testing map. There's actually another map that I use that is the proper game map. This is just so that I can basically test all the features and have lots of places to place everything down. The game has been rated. It's PEGI 7. Nice. That's pretty cool. The companies you can port games to on consoles, but PC and mobile, I'll do myself. Okay, so you're gonna basically have that exported. That's fair. I have a hunting survival horror I built 9 months ago and put on Steam. I still have stuff to do, but should have a playtest this month. That's awesome. To answer your question, yes, I do Unreal LOL. That is pretty cool. Do you have any links you want to share so I can see what it looks like? That you can delete because we're not using this. That we can save and close. You want... Sure. Everything you built in the last 7 months. Coming soon to early access. Hey, this looks really good. So this took you 7 months to build? If my game gets popular, I'll release a second dream game that I started making 3 years ago but abandoned. Nice! Well, hopefully it's popular so you can reach your second game. I will give that a follow and add it to my wish list. That looks pretty good. Hey, there's snow environments. I do love a good snow environment. Like, if you've thrown this all together in 7 months, that's very quick. All animals and humans have full organ systems that react to damage, change blood color, and bleed rate. That's quite an in-depth system to implement. Honestly, I wouldn't even know where to begin with that. Break. Destruct. What do I get from this? So we go level spawn data. So I actually have to run this twice. Does this still work? Oh, there are things about an Unreal Engine that just drive me up the wall. Da, 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 da. I mean, I guess this works, so whatever. Then let's go. Let's print that. Let's add you to that. Add you to that, and let's see if that works. Compile save. So this should work because by default we are setting the index to, what are we setting it to? We're setting it to 1. I have a rough idea how one might start a system like that, but definitely would make my head hurt. It reminds me of Fight Club game transparency. All animals and humans also react to weather as well as day and night. They will get more aggressive or not based on day and night. Interesting. That's a good way of like combining, you know, multiple systems to work to or against your advantage. So what effect does it have? Does it have an effect on the player as well, or just enemies or humans that you come across in the wild? It's a zombie multiplayer game inspired by Daisy. So how come you abandon that? Was the scope just a bit too much? Rocky Mountain, which should be. It is correct. Do you know if there's any easy way to get the player's camera frostum shape? What? I want to use it as a collision box. Easy. Now I'm curious to see. Player BP. Da, da, da. Couldn't you just calculate it, Marius? Would that not work? If you use something like, because you know you've got the camera, you've got the FOV of the camera, you can choose a distance, you know the aspect ratio. So surely, I mean, there's no, do I know an easy way of doing it? No, I know how, you could calculate it. I'm trying to use it as a turnkey solution. Might just set up a box and that's the same. I mean, you could do that as well. Not sure how else you would do it. I'll try tap into expertise, but what I get is, what the fuck is this? What? Tempered, many other things change with day-night weather. You get sick, poison, and there's also a lot under the hood. That's a cool system. I like that. I'm guessing you also get cold as well. I tried a hunger system that's super advanced in Frostbite engine and was a amateur game dev back then, so I couldn't handle it. Oh, fair. I didn't know you could use Frostbite. Just kidding, Sana. Sure. Even the UI is a collision system. It does, but I need to basically get the shape so that enemies spawn outside the player's vision. You could just cast array from each corner, Marius, and then use that as the box that you define. Or I suppose, like you say, just do a big box collision. You could do that as well. I mean, technically, you could just use an array of matrices where you define each corner. And if anything is inside that, then the shape is wrong. And then you could just use the outside of that, right? Right? That would work, wouldn't it? That only works for orthographic. The problem is that each corner of the screen does not match the actual collision in the world. Oh. Right, I know why. But just use a box. Just use a box. It's a game jam. Just use a box. If you eventually make it into a proper game, you can make it better. I mean, I tried to be too ambitious until I realized that the robo wave is a much smaller scale. So it's that fair. I mean, that's always good. The player that's facing the spawn behind them. I use the distance and make sure they don't spawn close to the character, as I want to get the forward vector and spawn it out of sight. It's top down, so that won't work. But the shape should be fine. Just look into the culling engine that Unreal Engine uses. Syla! Josh! You know, just casually hook into the culling pass. How dare you for the fart in here, Josh? But thank you for the fart. I appreciate. I forgot what I was looking at. No. Okay, so now that we've gotten that, we can then level spawn data. We can then go and load. Load that. Then after that, we do that. We promote. Then we go pass to data table. If we promote that to a variable, that's just a data table, which is not helpful. How are you, Sarah? I'm pretty good. How are you? I'm thinking, which is always dangerous. I'm good, thanks. Glad you are too. How was your week? Did you have a good week? Okay, so that loads that loads that loads that, and that's the font 1 that we finally want, which is good. Then from that, what we can do is get... Wait, hold on. Get data table... I promote you, what happens? You're just a standard U object, you're not helpful. Then we'll spawn data. And then from there we can start actually building. So from after that completes, we will call build spawn pool. I want to see something if this does what I think it does. Finished. Actually, that needs to go like that, otherwise it's going to be a null pointer. Bad Siler. Okay, I get it. I have 4 collision boxes on the enemy manager, and if the player view radius box collision overlaps one of them, they become disabled. Yeah, that'll work. Sounds smart. Good job, Maris. I had a good week, thank you. How was yours? It wasn't too bad. It was busy. I've got a very busy week next week. Stressful week, but a busy week. Wait, did I just connect that to failed? 10 out of 10, not paying attention. Josh, how goes the game jam? No play, only jam. Let's go with pink. Finish loading data. Ready to start. I'm gonna be a long time till I get good enough to do a game jam, but I wish everyone will win it. The trailer's coming out in 2 weeks. Exciting. I've been playing less games, and I'm really busy at the moment. Fair. Yeah, everyone's basically doing the rabbit jam at the moment. Spawning. Complete. We need to start game. Spawning complete. Oh, pre. Spawning complete. Ready to start game. Even Marius came out of the woodworks just to do it. I'm happy to see Boom has entered the jam. Didn't expect that. Oh, Boom and Marius are working together. I know, right? It's funny. I like to speed build games, but I don't like jams. I like jams, but I like jams with a bit more time. Like a weekend jam for me is just not enough time. I think I overscope and make things way too complicated for that. So it's basically a skill issue. Respawn complete, ready to start spawn. Respawn, ready to start spawn. Because you did this wrong. There we go. So, let me just see if this all works how I expected it to work. Stop. So we got finished loading data, which is that. Then after finished, we actually did move correctly to this, which is ready to spawn. Ready to start spawning. Weird. According to the print logs, this executed and then this executed. Huh? Unreal, I have some questions for you. Do you want to discuss it now or later? How can this one finish, then this one finishes, and then this one finishes? Let's give them all an index. 1, 2. Finish, preload, ready to spawn. That does not make any sense. My plan is, once I've done the basics of the game, I can use them as a framework for other games in the future, like I have for jams. I mean, that would work. I'm the same. I tend to make complex systems. I'm sorry. I'm glad it's not just me. I'm trying to also do my website and look for jobs. I'll be right back. Right back. I have returned. I don't build all my systems, but I do a lot of them now. I love programming more things. Good way for learning. I'm building an interactive inventory and weapon system. 99% are 99%. What? 99% of games are gonna. All three of them gonna need all three of them. Fair. Except for tower defense games. Ha! Get wrecked, Crimson. Get wrecked. What you gonna do now? So that goes there. That goes there. No idea what that does. That loads, then we wait. I guess we do that, that, and that. And press start play. You tell him, Siler. That's awesome. I've never built an inventory system. I cheat and buy them in my opinion. The inventory system I'm working on is super basic and simple. ready to start spawning. Yes, makes sense. Makes sense. What in Unreal? I have so many questions for you. F9. Play. Is this okay? That I expect. Let me go here. Then you exit and come there. Actually, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do something even worse than that in Unreal. Async load. Load async blocking. Yes. You will not continue. Now what you gonna do, Unreal? What you gonna do? Tell me. What you gonna do? Nothing. That's what I thought. Hey, just know I make all these game contents by myself, and there will be content updates and free games to play. There's no microtransactions in the game, and I use peer-to-peer matchmaking. That's exciting. That's good. I'm glad more people are, or I'm glad you're doing it that way. I do like that approach. And I do understand how hard it is, because man, making a game by yourself is a lot of work. Load async block. Because that will give me more of the result that I was actually expecting to have. I can actually just go there. Oh, PCG is a rabbit hole and I won't look for anything. Oh, my current system is that my favorite would be a camo and an animal system that works. I'll give you a subscription, Ethan, so I can see when you release some content on YouTube. It's really simple, actually. Once you get into it, you can use it for a lot of randomness. I've lightly touched the PCG system, like very lightly, but not in this game. More for how does it work? What is it used for? Okay, so now that will do what I expect, right? So, hey John, thank you for the subscription on YouTube. I appreciate it. How are you doing today? Welcome in. Next. Haha! Get wrecked. Next. Continue. Now we're ready for spawning. Now we can build and now think. Okay, fantastic. That actually works how I want. 1, 2, 3. That's what we expected. So I do need to actually use blocking for these, which is fine because these are the preload assets, which means that the player won't know about it. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to wrap this. Gets the level data table. This code is blocking. Good. What's a good color? Actually, I want it to be blocking, so let's give it a bit of a weird orange color to, notify that something strange is going on here. It's suspicious. I don't like making stuff in PCG. The more instructions it has, the longer it takes to generate. AAA, exactly. I'll be the one to say this reason why the companies are copying Fortnite is for money. I feel like new gens don't know that. It's funny because Fortnite started off as a sort of week game jam or month-long game jam at Epic as a potential spawn for new ideas or things that they could start, implementing, working on, and that kind of stuff. And initially it came out as being, sort of survival-ish thing in the sort of the multiplayer spec, or like a co-op defend your base kind of thing. That was its original idea. And from that, while in development, they saw the whole crave for a battle royale and decided, let's turn one of the modes into that, because, you know, let's have multiple modes. And then that just kind of absolutely took off, and they realized, well, damn, we have something here. Let's take it and run. And then Epic made just absolutely tons of money from it and kept developing it. Okay, so that is, I'd actually say, is this tick? No, it isn't. So let's go like that. Enemy death. The snowball effect, exactly. I mean, that for them, that was a great snowball effect. I think Tim Sweeney was telling a story about where when Fortnite sort of launched and it was doing really well in Brazil, they used AWS for the server hosting, and they had reached capacity in the data center for AWS. There was no more capacity left. So with speaking to sort of the Amazon employees at AWS, a guy literally got on a plane with a whole bunch of additional servers, flew them out there, and had them installed for them. I'm a Fortnite player, and I personally want to make a successful game. That's, I mean, that's good. I think everyone wants to make a successful game, especially considering how much time we put into these games. I don't want that. Control Z. Let's put that there. I just moved the whole Unreal window. That was weird. That we can move down. That we want right there, and then those we can move up. I mean, every developer wants to make a successful game, no matter what their ideas of success might be. Yeah, exactly. There's no such thing as bad press, and bad games are easy to make. You prefer big failures. That's the dream for all of us, sadly, but it's not an easy one to achieve. No. There is it's, in some ways, it's actually terrifying that by putting in all this effort, there's still, you know, the effort doesn't mean it's going to be a success. There's so many other factors for it. It's like, if I look at my game as an example, you know, I've spent all this time developing it, but that doesn't mean at the end of the day, it will be a successful game. It could be really bad. But then maybe the key to take away is learn from that, and then pick yourself back up and make another one. Another one. There's like that story about one of the game developers who was making, I don't know how many games per year. The guy who made like Friday Night at Freddy's. Like the amount of games he made before that one. Like, I'm a 5th grader, yeah, making a game better than most companies. That's a good standard to have. To be honest, I work in construction my whole life. Game dev is still one of the hardest things I've done because of the mental game. Yes, the mental game is something that people don't sort of tell you about. Like a lot of the time when, I mean, I do the streams on the Saturdays and stuff, but there are a lot of days when I have to go to work and I come home, and the amount of determination it takes to work on something like this, even if you enjoy it, but like after work and when you're at your, not your weakest, but a lot of the time I just want to sleep after work. I'm so tired after work. There's like nothing left, and it's like, oh goddamn, now I've got to go and figure out this thing and there. Game dev is very challenging, but it's also very rewarding seeing things you've made work and interact with each other. Yes. Also, I like knowing how things work. So being able to make it a full game where I can say I made it and I know how all the little pieces work, you know, the good and, let's say, probably the bad. So now that we've done that, we can start building the pool. Now, technically, what the pool building... Oh, this doesn't do anything. Oh, that's awkward. So building the pool is going to... It's the duck song. I'm just thinking, how are we going to build the pool? I might change the approach, but the approach I'm going to go with for now is basically we figure out all the enemies that are in the first level, how many they are, and then construct and then do a request for each of those, but keep their status hidden. So we don't even spawn them. We just like tell the spawner, I want all these types, build all these types for me. It's also great seeing features in a game coming and going. How did they do it? Figured out approach for it in your head. Never look at a game the same way. Yes, you can also never play a game in the same way. I suppose that's kind of exactly what you've said. Like when I play games now, I'm always wondering, how did they implement this? How did they implement that? Looking at the visuals and going, oh, that's quite a cool way of doing something. Maybe I should use something like that in my game. I do this as my day job, and even though I love it, I would not trade it for the world. There are days I just can't look at it. There are times I have to go play a game or do something else that's not Deborah. That's also about the balance, and that comes sort of with everything. I think playing other games is also a good way to get inspiration for. Andrea, thank you very much for the follow. What was I saying? Oh yeah, like playing other games is also a good way of getting inspiration for your game. It's also important to, I find, look back at the game you're making from time to time and see how much progress you've made. So, like, the favorite example that I always use is with my towers, where, like, if we look at probably this one, this is like how they all start, like how some of them started. Then every week I was taking more screenshots and images of them to see how they were progressing, like week by week to that point there. Where is it? Like, this one's another good example of that. I mean, it started off as, it was literally like a block, just a block like that. Then we sort of changed the design a bit again, not too happy, but made it shorter. And then we got to like this one of the days. We added this little piece at the back here because someone said give it a spoiler, so we added it, and it was a funny idea. And then we kept it. We added a whole bunch of detail to it. Then we colored it, and that's what it looks like now when it's in the game. B. And there it is. It's now actually that's not even the fully colored one. I need to give the updated version. There's the updated version. It's up there. I don't do anything myself. The soundtracks is handled by Toy Fox and me. I mean, that's fair. Like, I'm looking at outsourcing all my music stuff because I don't want to touch that. I do substance paints, and some days I do modeling and other stuff. I can change it up and do things to help my brain. Also find there's things that I find are easy to do on stream, and some things that I just don't do on stream because I need to actually think too much about it. Yesterday I was looking at a break and worked on some writing. Felt good to do. I did some voice acting and probably do some more today. I love it. I think it's fun. I've never done voice acting. I've considered doing it for my game, but I don't know what parts I'd use it in. Maybe I'll do like one line or something. We'll see. I've thought of quite a few Easter eggs that I want to add to my game though. Okay, wait. So what did I want to do for this? I wanted to basically read in the first wave and pre-build pool data. Now, in the C++ side, if we open up, what is this class? Enemy manager. Enemy manager. How do you tell me it doesn't exist and then I find it in the next search? Request enemy to pool. What does this do? That just builds it and returns it, but then if I do this, does it set it to active? Is active false? But it adds it to the available pool, which is what we don't want. Oh wait, that's return. What am I doing? What am I talking about? Request enemy, here we go. So request enemy gets the pool, it gets the enemy, it sets it to active and adds it to the in-use pool. Fine. Now, we actually need to do this in a different way, where what we do is we need to have another function that instead of, that doesn't actually request enemy, it just spawns an enemy of that type. So it like pre-allocates the pool type. Where should we put that? So we've got request enemy, and then we've got another one which we'll do. We'll have group and pool, preload enemy. So let's make that a void. Pre-spawn enemy. And we can give it a type. So that will just populate the enemy that we want. What that? RoboWave is the latest balanced survival game, but it's also the hardest one I've played, even though I made it. The only issue with that is I find as the developer of a game, if you find your game very difficult, the end user is going to find it even harder, because as you've developed it, you kind of gain skills in playing it. So I find balancing it, you're going to have to give it to someone and say, here, play this. Is it too hard? And the answer is probably going to be yes. I discovered 11 labs. It lets you change my voice, but I can still accent and other things. I've never liked the way AI reads with no emotion, so I read it and it changes my voice. That's a good way of doing it, actually. Because then it doesn't sound like your voice, but it still has more of that, you know, emotion in the voice. I did some logs that gave context to why something will be the way they are in my game. So the restriction doesn't feel gamey, and will make sure they fit into the world they will be. Nice, that sounds good. I've actually, because I'm making a tower defense game, I think last week or the other weekend, someone came in and asked me why am I not making it story driven, which is, in my opinion, not how you do tower defense games. Because whenever I've played a tower defense game, I haven't been as worried about the story. I've been more worried about, here's game, let's make a game, you know, defendy thingy, and then story is more of a, not an afterthought, but for those who are more interested in the story, they can progress, they can figure out what it is through another means than directly, here, watch long cinematic. I made my first game and it was hard for me. No one else would play it, and it bombed in day one. I suppose that's how it goes, right? Inflection is hard for AI. Yeah, that's actually a good way of saying it. It's not too hard, but the players might see it as hard and not too hard. Okay, that sounds like a good balance then. Inflection is hard enough for voice actors, fair. First game's always crap. I'm hoping that because I've made 3 games that are on itch that are kind of this one won't be it'll be a bit better than that, but we'll see. It's kind of why I want to get the game, the first 2 levels built and have like a playtest so people can go, this is so shit, you need to change everything. Story and mechanics should support each other. Most games either do mechanics or story and then just slap onto the other one. I'm planning on bucking that trend. Fair. Crimson, you're going all in. So we'll do this, like that, and then we'll go create enemy. What does that do? So I have some questions. Why does this exist in here if it's not used? What is pool data used for? So what does this class do? This class creates an enemy. So you give it a type, it creates that. it creates the spawn parameters. It adds it to set. No, it gives it a reference to the set enemy manager, and then it returns it. So then, here's the auto spawn thing. So this is actually what I want. So let's turn this off for now. Actually, hold on. Let's rip this out. Then let's put this here. And then we can just yoink, go yoink, and actually yoink that, because we're not going to use that. So I don't know why we add the pool data. Oh, we need the, I know why we need it. Okay, so we want to go, we pop that. Pool data. We want pool data dot available pool dot add, and that's going to be the spawned enemy or just enemy like that. Yes, there's a lot of red. It'll go away in about 5 working days, my fixes. I expect it was a little bummed, but I learned I found it out. It's not too bad. It's a learning experience you can't even learn if you don't experience. That's true. My wife tells me that all the time. It's only failing if you quit. It is only failing if you quit. You've got to, it's a learning opportunity, which is one of the ways of trying to take it, but it's very hard to take it in the moment like that. Failures are lessons. That's probably the best way of saying it. Nice, Braxton. That is true. Never plan to fail, even if it's inevitable. Yeah. Or what is it saying? Like, failing is just, if you fail 100 times, you just found 100 ways that it doesn't work. Something. So you know, you got a better idea of how it will work. That is going to get, hold on, I've got so much ADHD with this. So let's take that, do that, go like this. Wait, that doesn't even make sense. Where's create enemy? Oh, yeah, there you are. So let's reconstruct that. That should be there. That is used. So that, apparently we don't even use the pool data, so we don't need that. That's there. That's there. That's there. Okay, so there's enemy type to spawn is going to be enemy type, which is that's going to be enemy. Then we don't need that. So wait, what? Enemy pool data. Oh, that's the same thing, so I've already done. And that will then allow me to pre-spawn. Okay, so what did I miss? Narrowing it down. Yeah, that's a good way of looking at it. My problem was I was building the game and thought everyone wanted not what I wanted, so I burnt out fast. You've got to have games that you make have to kind of be a passion project, because otherwise you're not going to have what you want. I think it's good to take ideas from people and suggestions, but ultimately it is your game, and if that's what you're wanting to make, I think you've got to have that sense of direction for what you're wanting to do and not be too influenced. Like, the suggestions are good, like validate them, see if you agree or they will help, but you don't have to go for every suggestion. Otherwise you make the most confusing sort of, not mess, but the most like confusing game, because it's just a collection of everyone's suggestions. It's important to make a game you want to play yourself. Yes, like if you make the game and you want to play it yourself, then odds are there will be someone else that will enjoy playing it just like that. It's why Cider doesn't like my suggestions, because he tends to be they tend to be good and he doesn't want to use them. Exactly. Like, Crimson gives good ideas and I don't want good ideas. I want bad ideas. I make bad choices for a reason, Crimson. If it comes out and it's too good, what then, Crimson? You know, it's going to be big head syndrome. We can't have that. Okay, so we've now got a way of pre-spawning enemies. You can do whatever you want. Okay. That was not the thing I was expecting to work on. Gotta save some for the sequels. Exactly. Good job, Maris. Good job. Hey, Maris has turbo now. Did you always have turbo, Maris? I can't remember. What if it's good and does well? Well, if it's good and does well, then I want my royalty check for all the ideas I've given. No, but I haven't used any of your ideas, remember? So, whoa, 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 whoa. If it's good, you'll be able to see what I did because it's all been live streamed. Or just ask Boom for what did Siler do at this point because Boom's just screenshotted everything. Just use the yoink button. That's slander. I mean, my friend also gave me a bad idea. I wanted a good idea instead of continuing to fail. It's not just slander, but vile slander. Whoa, 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 whoa. Big slander here. How are you doing today, Gamion? Did you make good progress this week? Was it a good progress week? IG Ghost, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. And just with that, you have now confused me and I've forgotten what I was working on. That doesn't take much. Oh yeah, I created this pre-spawn thing in my enemy pool. So now if we go back to my enemy manager, we can go duplicate that. And we can say that. And then that will just take this, that. And then just return. Well, actually, do we even return? No, we don't return. Why is the void returning this? Heh. We're just gonna go like that. Request enemy. Right, like that. I did start to work on my State of Game 2025 video. Got 70% of the main menu hooked up. That's a lot. Well done. There's a special place in my heart for games with creative main menus that are easy to navigate. I like those. I can agree with you there. Like where you have the really cool main menus. Like I wanted to do that for my game. I've had to sort of simplify it because I was going feature create galore for the main menu. I'm like, it just needs to be able to click buttons. Do that later. I added the main menu where you can join servers and add a friend list system. Nice. Steam's got very good integration for being able to do that kind of stuff. So then we can, I guess what we do now is we go like this. Do we even need any of this now? Let's just move this all out. Because I think the pull system should just do that. So I'll read the first wave and just go, why do this? I'm pretty proud of the work I've done on my main menu so far. It's looking really good. I'm curious to see what's going to happen when you upgrade the Unreal Engine version. I'm going to need some screenshots from all of you. I can show you what my main menu looks like at the moment. It's just start. Oh, I broke that. Never mind. Don't worry about that. That's currently my main menu. So very not much. Very simple. Looks ready to ship. It's definitely ready to ship. I didn't break the spawn system, I promise. Yeah, it's got main menu. I feel like there's a double space here. I'm sure there's a double space here. There's got to be a double space here. P common terms. 1. That's correct. Echoes there. This, I need to find that. Main. Menu, that one. This. So it is this one, so it's this widget, which is this. There are two. Why is this set like this? This should be this, and then it should be, what is it called? Echoes. Name. Game title 1. Nope. Game title? Nope. Game title split? Nope. Okay, fine. Game title 1. This. Game title 2. Oh, that's what I wanted to do. Right, okay, actually that makes more sense. And then we can make this bigger. $125. Make this 70. Control Z. Take that as a title block. Something like that. Saturday on 5.7. No, I'm not yet. I like when a game uses the default engine font so I can immediately tell what game engine they're on. Fair. I think 5.7 is slated for November. I don't know if they want to hold 5.7.1 because 5.7 is supposed to fix what I consider a major bug with anom notification states. Never noticed, but you can get more Unreal Engine. More into Unreal Engine now. I can't look away. True. I've realized that game weapons are overpowered for no reason. When they tech weapon expertise level 5, which is the max level your weapon can start shooting anything. I'm looking to change the default font once I figure it in development. Not worth spending time now. I want to change the default font. I just haven't come up with a good default font that I can use for my game. Since when did they add a for each loop macro for map variable? God tier. Chef's kiss. I once watched a let's play with a game where the content creator clipped through the level and revealed a flaw that read first person template. Oh, that's great. Choosing a font is hard. And when you discover your font doesn't support characters native to countries where many players are based, yes, that's kind of what I'm worried about. I think Unreal lets you choose different fonts for different character sets, which is super handy. Probably, yeah. I'm worried. When I was looking at fonts, like fonts get really expensive, like unnecessarily expensive for what is a font. I'm enjoying the portrait right now. Cool. So, yeah, fonts get just way too expensive, which is sad. Let's actually look what that looks like now. It's okay, I'll fix it later. You can get free royalty fonts, I do it all the time. I'll need to look into that, because I looked at a website where they had free and paid, and all the free ones I didn't like, all the paid ones I was kind of, yeah. I found one that I quite liked. It was about £150, and I was like, nope. Nope, not on a font. Not a chance. BRB 40 minutes, very specific. Enjoy your nap, Marius. Or your shower. So let's go and get the first wave. Get. We not get row index. Get row names. Oh, that sure. Get index. Get a copy. I mean, we can just get a reference actually. Get ref 0. Then take that, paste that there, put that in there, put that there, put that there. Connect that. To be fair, I'll probably won't even switch engines. I'll be that one kid who uses Game Maker probably because that's the engine they made their favorite Deltarune. Like if you enjoy an engine, stick with it. Odds are if you want to later on get a job with it, you could. Kevin! Game dev. Thank you for the raid. How are you doing today? What have you been up to today? Let's give you a shout out. That should work. Okay, so why are you? What type is it? What type is it? Unreal. Tell me the type. TD map struct. TD map. Map. Struct. Map. Give me map. Yeah, me on. Party hat. Working with state trees, learning, failing, preserving. Well, failing is just one way that didn't work. What engine are you working with? Is it Unreal Engine? Did you have a good stream? Do anything fun? Well, I suppose you just said you're working with state trees. State trees can be fun. I am looking for you. Oh, I know what you want. You want me to go and specify what I'm expecting to get out of that exact table, but I can't actually remember what type you were. So that table row is this one here. So if I open that, how is that so incorrect? It's this, which is a wave spawn group. And the wave spawn group is inside my enemy manager, which is at the top here, which is an F enemy spawn wave. So F spawn wave, break enemy spawn wave. So now you should be happy. Makes no sense, but whatever. I hate state trees, really anything with animation at all. It's my biggest struggle in the engine. I've used them, but I kind of get them. I just haven't used them enough to actually feel like I have any proper grasp on them. Like I can do the very basics, but it's always bad. What is build wave? Oh, right. I love how I've made all these data structs and I can't remember what any of them are. So... right, that's me. I get it, but I don't know. For each break. Wait, so wait, each one of these is a wave, so we don't want to form each. I forgot about that. You know what, we're just gonna go like this because at this point we don't need any of that. This is the collection of all waves. I have to set comments like that for myself because I managed to look at this and almost do the wrong thing already. So we don't want that, we just want to get a reference at 0 because we just want the first wave. We break that. Then what we're going to do is the spawn units, we're going to go for, I can't remember how I've set this up. So we've got spawning groups, which does one thing, and then we've got the amount, which does something else. So spawning, let's do it this way. We'll do a branch. Spawn in groups means we spawn each array item then move on to the next. Then not spawn groups means we spawn each item X number times before moving to the next. RoboWave will get weekly updates. I'm nervous whether I should put but I'll do it. Well, you don't have to have weekly updates. What you could do is maybe stick to, like, do you have to say how often the updates are going to happen? Because you could just, if you have the time, do the weekly updates. If you don't have the time, do monthly updates. Like, do you need to commit to having X number of updates? So that's what we want. I think I'm going to make these into functions. It's just going to be easier. So let's create a function. Let's create two functions. Those are event dispatches. Where are my functions? Oh, they are. 1, 2. Let's go back to this. So pre-spawn groups, wave groups, groups. Then pre-spawn. I'm sorry, Unreal. Do you want to like let me? Thank you. Pre-spawn. What would it be? We've got groups and we've got individual. I'm just going to call it sets at this point. Actually, just make one function. Pre-spawn enemies. Enemy type. Go. Some weekly updates are small updates, but most weekly are content updates. That's a lot to commit to, I must say. Maybe, I mean, it's good for the player, but it is a lot to commit to, which is why I'm a bit worried. Okay. So this will be 2, 3. We'll need a... Did I set the count as a float? No, it's an index. Whew. Amount. This is going to be E enemy type. Then this will be spawning groups. I can agree it can commit to the player. Cool. I decided to finally write down a list of core and optional plan features for my game. Somehow I'd forgotten to do that. I still need to do that, to be fair. I've got some ideas that I'd like to add, but I haven't actually gone through the process of doing it. So group, spawn in, branch, that. And last but not least, wait, can I just cheat and go like this? Take this, go into here, go like that. Oh, I can. So then I can just go add that. Oh, wait, I actually don't need that. I can just turn this into an array and that should be everything we need. So spawning group means each array item then moves to the next. So for each, what's the other for loop? Is it just a for loop? For loop. That's what we want. So if it is in groups, what do? We go through this and we go Today everyone, thank you for the hydrate, the pasta check and the stretch. We missed you last week Sunday. I didn't get a single stretch. Actually, no, I did, but I didn't get the, I don't know, I can't remember getting many trifectas because you weren't here. Bubbles made me tea, yay. Oh, I feel like I just stretched into a different dimension there. Thank you for that. You distracted me. You distracted me today, everyone. Now I'm confused. I mean, that didn't take much, but you know, shh. Bye, I'm gonna work on my game. I'll see you next stream. Thank you very much for stopping by. Goodbye. Good luck on your game. So then we take this. Actually, we just got like this enemy type. Oh, I love working inside functions for each. You know when your brain has kind of understood something, but it hasn't fully understood something? So let's see. If we're spawning in groups, it means that we spawn each item 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, X number of times, which is this. So that will be the last index. And that's going to be -1. Just YOLO it, whatever. Is this not straight? It isn't. It's just slightly off. So that will be that, which will spawn each of these in their individual types. And then we go request pre-spawn enemies, which apparently takes an amount. Did you just call? You called yourself. Pre. Oh, because you never actually. Okay, let's just try this. This might not work. This is so bad. This is so bad. This is so bad.
Stay focused, man, I gotta go. Can't be going backwards, I can't be going slow. Gotta take the lead and I gotta steal the show. It's a straight up mad.
Respawn. That's from the pool. Oh, I need to rename this function. Set up pre-spawn enemies. That could be really bad. So that we do that we do that, and that is everything we need for that. Fantastic. Enemy type specific value no longer exists. You no longer exist. Technically, we don't need this anymore. Oh, you're very unhappy. Why? That's why. Yeah, there you go. Now you're happy. So this spawning groups means we spawn each item array, then move on to the next. Fair. Then this one will be that we spawn each... How is this different? X item, oh right, X item. So then we take this, like this, and then we take this. I'm not sure how we managed to copy twice. There we go. So this does that. This does this. This does this. This does that. This does that. Then amount is going to just be this, because I don't like that. That's going to be like that. Q. That will be there. That will be there. Actually, we can move this forward. Then we can put this there. In theory, that is correct. Compile, save. That. And that, like that. So that should now align these two. Those are aligned, so I'll align those two. These we can align, whoops, that way. And these can align. Save it, and we'll wait for the ads. I need to set up a different enemy. Whoops. I'll be right back.
I still feel like you lied about the way that you can't love. We should have never let this go. No, we were the catch on the summer nights. Kids in the street that got it right. Every time I felt to let go. Every time I felt to let go. Wasting it all for you. Don't get me wrong, but I'm done with these games. But I'll hold on to faith. You and I are stuck on this. I can't seem to let us go. It's not too late, 'cause there is no faith. You can knock me down, but I'll find a way. She said you don't know. She said you don't know. If this is what you want, if you wanna go, I'll have to go and let it breathe. But I'll be waiting here, you see. I don't know if everything will be alright. Sometimes you gotta let go, 'cause I gotta let you go. Running back to my old life, but you leave it burning. Speaking tongues in my head, yeah, that's the way you want it. She called me baby, you're not wasting time. But how could I let her go?
I returned.
Don't you know I might adore you? I'm gonna make the time move slower.
That's some good tea. In theory, this should just work now. The only issue... Okay, I don't want to test this yet, because it might break some things. We need to actually assign the enemy type. So at the moment, if I go into this class, got that, we've got the prefix. Here's the list. So you see enemy A, enemy B, enemy C, enemy D. We need to actually have 4 enemy types to spawn. So let's go and set up. We just have 4. Like, why not have 4? Because it's quite basic for what we need. It's just because I've set it up in the base class, it should just be assign them 3 different states, and then it should just work. So let's see. Core enemies. So we've got, what are we using at the moment? I think we're using base enemy. So that's base enemy. So let's create. Is there something specific in this class that there is? Okay, that's fine. We can derive from it. So let's go. I mean, honestly, it can just be base enemy. It could just be enemy B, enemy C, enemy D. I think we'll just do that. So let's do that. C, F2. Enemy B. Enemy C. And then enemy D for D's nuts. D. Then, if we open up that one, let's see what we can change. Oh no, this bad, this bad, this bad. Siler bad, bad Siler. Siler delete all. Yes, good Siler. Whoops. Create a child. MVP enemy. Enemy B. Okay, let's just set up one. Because you do just questionable things. This one. Skeletal mesh. What skeletal meshes do we have? We have. Let's go this dude. Why is he napping? Bro's napping on the floor. Bro, what the hell? This is not a tower defense game if you're napping. We need you to get up and walk. Walk to your death, my child. You must die for the players to have fun. Yeah, he's just gonna nap. They're okay, fine. Bye, Felicia. Consider how top heavy that enemy is. They should really be falling over when you move. We need to do leg day. Ain't no time for leg day. So this we want jog, walk. That's a sequence. What animations do we have? We've got we've got a walking. There you go. Storm running gaming. Hello Storm, how are you doing today? There we go. See, easy. Save. Put that there. This here. Go like this. Bam. Come back here, Unreal. Come back here. I'm not done with you. Okay, so then we need to go. We have an array somewhere. Probably up here. How was your week this week, Storm? Isn't there a death? Is there a death? Wanting to buy death animation. Death forward? What is that? That's a long death animation, but it's fine. And then... oh, that's death. And then... where was walking? Walking. There. Compile and save. So there's one enemy done. Then... there's enemy B. We'll copy enemy B. We'll make enemy C. I woke up almost 3 hours ago, saw you on, clicked your name, and somehow fell back asleep. Put you to sleep. I'm taking credit for it, Storm. You can't stop me. Did you get enough sleep? Are you feeling better? Bum bum bum. Bum bum bum. Ashash, I think that's how you say it. Hello, how are you doing? I'm sorry for butchering your name. I am looking for a... oh, right. I want to look at this. Okay, let's see if I got characters, enemies. What do we have? We've got this dude. Let's use more. More seems like a good one to use. So add that, animations, idle, idle, run. So take that, that, and that. Okay, so we've got the animation, that guy set up. Let's do the next one. And enemy D. The nice thing is I can construct these and change them out, and it's super easy to change. I had to get Firefox because Chrome stopped playing videos after the update. That's weird. Chrome does seem a bit biggy lately. Now you're good for a non-English for a non-English name, and you won't be able to pronounce it. By the way, I'm new to your channel. I'll sub. But tell me, what are you doing? I guess it's something on Roblox. Actually, no, this is Unreal Engine. I'm making a tower defense game in Unreal Engine. So I can press play, but I can't spawn any enemies because I'm in the process of refactoring the spawn system. So usually what happens is when I click play, a whole bunch of enemies spawn, and I can place towers down over here. And then, yeah, so I'm building it with blueprints, which is somehow closed, but that's fine. And I'm using C++, so there's like all my C++ code for this one as well. So I've been making a shortcut icon for website. Sent you a few pics in the Discord thumbnails. Let me have a look. So you code too? Yes, I do the code. I do the tower modeling. So I've made... Where is it? I will find you the towers now. So those are all the towers that I've made for my game. You can code, but you don't need to with Unreal. No, you don't need to Unreal. In Unreal, you can do blueprints, which is codeless technically. Where's the Discord? I've lost the Discord. General chat? Those look pretty cool. The D, the W, the H, the D, the W, the H, D, W, H, D, W, H. Looks pretty cool. Nice. Good job, Grim. Storm. Damn. That's all done. What are you grinding for? Like main goal? Don't type one. So the plan is to have the game, a demo for the game out sometime next year. I've made, I think, one of the... I built one of the levels at the moment, so I can show you. Let's actually just do it this way. It's the actually no, let's go like this. So if I press this, we go like this. We press three hills. That's the one. This is what one of my actual levels looks like. I just come out. So if I press play, this is what the player would see. I'm still busy constructing it. Make it a bit bigger. There we go. But ultimately, that's what sort of the first level looks like at the moment. It's not finished. There's lots to do. The idea being, because it's a tower defense game, you would come, you're protecting this data cube from the enemies. This map I constructed because I wanted to also play around with water. I think the water looks really nice. So to be able to have a water system. One thing I need to do is actually add possibly some clouds to change the color of the water. I made the W come out of the yellow thing, like a flower. Oh, nice. Altered the Walmart logo and distorted it. It would be funny if they used an official logo. Fair. So yeah, that's my game at the moment. The enemies would start here and then come out, and yeah. That's kind of where we're at the moment. Incompatible output parameter for that. I need to fix that. I got motivation. I was searching if I could, would be able to make games alone, but now I'm confident as someone can do it, I can do it too. You definitely make games on your own. It's all, make sure it's something you're keen on making, like almost a passion project. But you could definitely make games on your own. I mean, I'm using Unreal Engine. I've modeled all these towers myself. They're almost, this one's finished being painted. These are sort of unwrapped, ready to go. And then, yeah, you can definitely make a game yourself. What I like about Unreal Engine is you've got access to something called Fab, which is the marketplace. this over here. It'll eventually load. It's a bit slow. Kinda not looking very good for you, Epic. Not looking good at all. Okay, we'll go to the website. That's very awkward for you guys there at Epic. So here's Fab, which has like, it's a marketplace for assets, but there's like, I have a lot of free ones. So these are the current free ones that you can get, which is actually pretty good. That's terrifying. Look at that. There's the other side of the hair is absolutely something you'd never want to see. This looks pretty cool. This I might actually steal. The orb. This actually might be something I should steal for my game. This could look really cool. Am I signed in? You can also make a full game with zero code, use nodes, which is pretty simple. Yeah, exactly. Not a good sign for you, Fab. Everything is just do it. If that, do that. Yep, exactly. So for some reason, I go Unreal. Oh, what am I searching for? I'm trying to open the BP enemy manager. This one. What's the trailer on your channel? Oh yeah, that's what the last 100 streams have been about. So it does take a bit of time. I actually saw a stream from a guy while they were making the orb. Oh, that's pretty cool. How is it, Crimson? Do you think it would work for what I'm doing? Because essentially what I was thinking of doing is possibly, if I were to use it, because I don't know what it is, just like spawn it over here and then the enemies come out of it and start walking towards the enemy, the thing. Like maybe that's an idea. Maybe make a reverse black hole. Test map 5. Map 5. That one. I think you might be able to use the elements for it for sure. Okay, I'm probably gonna yoink that. Oh, that's not what I want. Class settings. Let's actually just go. What is it? I can never remember what my default map is, so I always have to come into here, click this, and then go that one. And I can open my own map. There we go. Enemy manager is this one. That's all fine. What were we doing? How many? Oh, did anyone remember how many enemies we finished making? I got distracted, so I think it was 3. I think I started to do one more. Core, enemies base. Yeah, we were doing D for D's nuts. Let's go into you, content, core, enemies, characters, church, more minion. You've got no animation, so you're just not. Vampire could be an option. Warrior. Did we use Warrior already? Yeah, he was taking a nap on the floor. So let's use this guy. That's so cool. Can you tell me what the theme for the game would be? Like Far Cry FPS? These nuts. So it's a tower defense game. So it's like a strategy type of game where you would defend against waves of enemies coming to attack the data cube thing at the end here. This is the data cube. Let's just open the full blueprint. We need that. Animations. Walk. This. Defense grid is what I imagine. Exactly. I actually used to play a lot of defense grid, so it's very heavily influenced in defense grid. Which one is? That's death. That's war. Pile and save. Okay, so in theory, if I go back to my enemy manager, we go to this, we should be able to go base enemy B. There's enemy B, enemy C, and enemy D. So now each enemy type that I have, because I only have 4, I can add more, has an associated type to it. So this should generate correctly, which I suspect it isn't, but so now if I click play, we should see a bunch of enemies built. BP underscore enemy. So that didn't run. Why didn't it run? What are the odds that we didn't actually call this function? There's also that could also be part of the problem. Are you going to use AI too? For this game, no. I have used AI generation for creating some of the concept art for my game. So I'll show you quickly. Where is it? Where is laser? There. So these are what I used to generate my sort of the pieces, the reference art that I used for my actual towers. So you can see these were generated by AI, and then I took those and I managed to make this, for example. And from that, so I took pieces of like this part here, I took this part here, I took the pieces there, and then I used that to like construct this. I should use AI to make the website thumbnail. I spent hours. You should at least use it as a guide for what you can do. I find it's very good at that. I mean, you can use for like character voices. Oh, right. That I haven't actually considered. Could do that, yes. That could be a very good option to do. So, build pool is this one. So we get that, we do that. Okay, we never actually set up the pool. So what we need to do is after we get this, we delete that, we add this, and then we can construct this. So amount, spawn in groups. Do this, where we go like this, and then we go this to this to that, this to this to that, this to this to that, this to the left, and then we can put those there. There we go. For free AI voices, I use 11 Labs. Very many real sounding voices. Okay, I'll make a note of that. I have considered it. The only thing is I am wanting to target my game is multilingual, so if I don't have voices in the game, it makes doing that easier because I don't have to do it for multiple languages. But we'll see, because I think at the moment I'm wanting to target locale common table. Where is it actually set up? I can never remember. Localization, DT localization. There we go. So okay, out of this list, I don't think it'll be that many. Probably about 10 different languages, sort of the top ones that I often see on Steam. I want to try and target those to get as wide a reach as possible. I noticed that YouTube has started dubbing my videos into different languages. There's an Unreal Engine plugin called Auto Translate or something for like dialogues. So for the dialogue, for the menu and those kinds of things, what I'm going to do is get someone to translate each one of those languages, so a native speaker. So I'm going to pay to have at least all the UI elements translated for that. Not voice, but words on screen. Nice Storm. Is not free. Sometimes use fish audio for that. Oh, give that one a try as well. So, let me see. We've got... It's only free because of how I use it. You get 5k characters per month. But I have an account for each of my NPCs. Oh, that's smart. Smart. Storm's playing the system. Storm gave each one of his NPCs its own email address. So does this now... Let's see if this even works. F9. Wait, do we call this? Let's fold it. Let's go back to the event graph. Build enemy pool. Okay, play. That never gets hit. Stop. Ah, okay. So incompatible output parameters. That's what it was trying to tell me. Game map level data S-wave info is not compatible with type enemy tower defense enemy spawn wave. So this is incorrect. Enemy. So it's actually telling me the type, which is funny. So it's funny because I don't want to look it up because I was being lazy. But let's see. Let's actually go through this again. So let's double check. So we spawn the spawn level data. I go spawn level data is none of these. Is it this? Isn't it select level data? It is select level data. Let's see if I change this to select. Because that should be what it is, right? I have tried the scam with my YouTube channel by subscribing to my channel with 30 plus email IDs and ended up getting banned with 30 email IDs on my dashboard. Lol. So YouTube does actually check if there's a relation between those the subs that you're subbing to your own channel and the... There's like a check, there's a whole bunch of checks that they do to prevent that. Let's see if this works. So that means to select level data. So if I do this select level data, and I do this, and then we go enemy. Wait, this is wrong. Hold on, this is wrong. This is because this data table contains level spawn data, so it's DT test map 1. This is wrong. Okay, well that's why there's an issue. It's spawn list test map 5 is what I want. I'll save. Spawn list this. So that's select level data is what so it is correct. I was just using the wrong one. So that there, and then it's, if we go back to this, select level data, we open that one, which is this one. So this data table holds a reference to this data table, and this data table is enemy spawn wave. So enemy. This should actually connect now. So compile, save. So let's see if this works now. F9, play, step, step. Does it find it? It does find it. Step into it, step, type is true. So we're going to go to the top row. We're going to loop, request enemy spawn. That's going to come into here. We're going to resume. Oh, there's a bug. There's a bug. We found the bug. Yeah, YouTube checks IP addresses. It does. It also checks IP addresses for watch history as well. I used to work in IT. I bet they check the MAC address used versus account. If you want to try it, you can install a VM on your PC. It basically runs a virtual computer inside a real computer. But you have to have a lot of VMs. I actually have a server that I run VMs on, which is pretty cool. If you actually run like, the easiest way to do it is probably set up a bunch of like Linux VMs, so something like Ubuntu or something that's quite light, or Mint, Linux Mint, and then do it that way. So it looks like there is a bug here. So something here. So pre-spawn enemy. Here. So we go, that calls that calls that. So enemy type A. So enemy pool data, find or add this is returning the bug. Which is surprising because that's the whole point of find or add, is that it constructs that for me. Could not express. Wait, but why is this calling request enemy? This should be calling pre-spawn enemy, not request enemy. And then this is all wrong because this should be this should be this, which saves that. I still think this is going to crash, so we're going to put a breakpoint there, but let's see. I have a Mac that runs 50 different Windows PCs. That's a lot. That's a lot of Windows PCs. This is supposed, you see, the whole point of this class, this function, is it goes and checks, does this type exist? If it exists, then it just retrieves them. If it doesn't, it adds them. The whole point. So how can you return? Can't find it. Don't understand. Shame Bubbles is sick. I can hear her sneezing. I just saw that post in your Discord. Hello, IT. Have you tried turning it off and on again? I do like that one. The amount of times that has worked. The song always confuses me. Every time I hear it, they're singing Get Me High, and I always hear it as Give Me Head. I don't know if it's just me. Da, 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 da. Slip. Oh. You hear it because you want to hear it. Right. Oh, now we can see if this works. That, fine. That. Make a misheard lyrics video. It wouldn't be a very long one. It would just be the same thing repeated because that's all the song does. Okay, here we go and we do the actually request. So let's step into it. That does that, that does that, that does that. Here's the now the actual request. That comes out into here, which is correct. Now, this is going to run and should, so if we look at enemy pool, oh, enemy pool is just dead. That's why it's complaining. Hydrate! Bro, today I encountered a leopard in my backyard and I was home alone, and now I'm traumatized because my parents won't be home for another 5 days. I'm 17. As long as you don't leave, you should be fine, right? Right? I hesitate to call them songs at times. I get that. I'm 30 something and I would be scared. Yeah, I live in a place where if there's a leopard, it's going to be a big problem. Thank you for the hydrate, the stretch, and the posture check. If you want a trip, turn up your music. Animals hate loud music. If you live with leopards, just roam free. This is gonna crash, isn't it? Yep. Welcome back, Maris. Was that actually 40 minutes? I didn't time you. Where did you go? Did you go collect your son? I would rethink my living arrangement. Also, I might be one of those face-eating leopards. That sounds terrifying. Thank you for that thought. I'm facing a problem when the Unreal Engine performance deteriorates over time on my laptop. It's so annoying. Oh, because you're using Unreal Engine 5.6.1. There, Crimson was talking about that. There's an issue where, as the longer you have it open, it basically has a memory leak. Ask Crimson about it. He can tell you in excruciating detail. He actually posted about it on the Discord. Brother, what? What? Crimson Halfix. If Crimson's still here. Guess what my home has? An open roof. Like, if I want, I can walk outside my home. But I have my father's assault rifle, dozens of Red Bulls in my refrigerator, and a homie. You have a gay homie with you. Yeah, you definitely don't live in the UK. What is... That's a lot of Red Bull. I'm guessing you've got enough food for 5 days. Is there no, like, animal control that you call, or is that not a thing? Fancy home, lol. I wouldn't want a space rock to see me. I don't have to be faster than a leopard. I just need to be faster than your friend. Fair. Why do you not work? Unreal Engine, stop. Yes, I get that. Wait, what does enemy pool set up as? Ooh, no, not you. Alt F7. Get. Oh, that's why. Aliens built my house so they can abduct you easier. Aliens have to come through concrete. Can you downport a project? Probably. I assume that's the problem, because on the Discord, Crimson was talking about an Unreal Engine. Where was it? Here. Sawtooth memory leak in the editor. It fills up your RAM over time. Because I'm guessing is your RAM like filling up, Marius? Can you see that there's a memory leak? Is Crimson convinced it's another one? I haven't checked. I'll start looking for it. A sky thing, like a skylight. I thought it was a dedicated versus integrated GPU problem. Wait a minute. For real, I hang my clothes for drying on the roof. And now I have to get your rifle. Why? I don't get it. Something's wrong here. I'm doing something completely wrong. Enemy list. Sada bro, you're mentally tough. Are you able to do all the work with all these distractions like me? Yes and no. I get distracted very easily, but I'm working on it. What? Axic, hello. Didn't Sekila say you'll be done at like 3, not half 20 to 5? I think he did, I can't remember. Yeah, I got sidetracked. Ah, fair. How are you today, Hexic? Are you well? I read that completely wrong. Slider, on Amazon, you can get an 8 terabyte drive for 137. They're on offer. Are they new? £137 for 8 terabytes. That's a steal. Brand new. And they're Seagates. Man, they're like £80 off. What the heck? That's not bad. Damn. Buy a bunch for my servers. Put them all on my server farm. Just buy all of them. It's a pretty good price per gigabyte. It is. It's what? 137 divided by 8. 17. That's very good. They're usually about 18 to 20. .5 inch. Of course it's 3.5 inch. In stock. Not for long. Hexic's about to buy them all out. You in 8. I equal, what do I want to start at 1? Because you don't. Became your fan, dude. Never talked to someone like you. Ah, thank you. I appreciate that. Do we want max pool size? No, we don't. We want, what's it called? Enemy type. Enemy type dot max. Max. UN 8. Does that work? Does that work? That seems illegal. Fine. Actually, not equal. Wait. That. or you could do 300 for 14 terabytes. What does that work out as? 300 divided by 14, so that's 21. That's quite a bit per terabyte more. It's about £4 per terabyte more. I'll need to update my spreadsheet that I was keeping track of all the pricing. It's funny because as it goes up, they don't get too much more expensive per terabyte, which is a bit annoying. I'm kind of hoping that we eventually see a decline, that as you go up, the amount of terabytes just come down. They're dense as fuck. They are. They're so dense. We're up to what, 34 terabytes now on a 3.5-inch drive? Like that's a thick boy. Wasn't I telling you we did like a calculation for how long it would take? It was like 14 hours or something to like max write that entire drive in like ideal perfect conditions. Game storage, yes. I have a 10 terabyte in my PC for it. Half of it is 4K movies, fair. Never have to uninstall a game again. You say that, but I feel like we still never get away with it. Use a static cast for that one, and then just go fnb pull data like that. Let's see if that works. No constructor. But I still have a 2010 CPU, lol. Somehow still runs the new version of Unreal well enough. I don't even remember what CPUs were out in 2010, to be honest. The next storm, at some point, you're going to upgrade your CPU and be like, what is this power? It's a data center in the palm of my hand. Hint, use F if you really want to add them. Unreal Engine has completed one asset check. Validating asset. Oh, that's why, because it keeps validating this stupid asset. I'm going to remove that asset. I tell you, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. That didn't do what I wanted, did it? Do we ever call initialize pool? Actually, I have no idea if we do. We don't call it, do we? Go to find usage. Oh, apparently you do. Apparently you've already called it. In theory. I don't know. I want a bigger CPU so I can chew through more PCG faster, lol. That's a valid reason. Time to get that Threadripper. This is the reason you've been looking for. The only problem I have with Unreal is the loading shaders after level loads. It takes about a minute. But I do have a huge 4033 by 4033 landscape with lots of objects. I mean, that kind of expensive. CX near me is selling a Threadripper for 1,200. It's tempting. It's tempting. Okay, so does this... I'm gonna throw Unreal against a wall, I tell you. Let's try this. I'm running a 3900X and I want a 5950X. I just want a little bit more power and 120 gigs of RAM. A 16 km map eats up RAM fast, I can imagine. Are you running DDR3 or DDR4 or DDR5? Because DDR4 is becoming very expensive because they're phasing out DDR4 RAM. Actually, even DDR5 RAM has just gone up in price, and I don't understand why. It's so many landscape be easy. Indeed. Wait, my token expires. They're gonna 2026. That's a while. I have the opposite. I can get my RAM for like 300 now. That's not bad. DDR5 is alien tech. Fair. Like DDR5 RAM is like 96 gigs of DDR5 RAM at what's it, 6,000 megahertz is like just under 300 pounds for RAM. It's like, god damn. A computer had to make a computer to make the parts small enough. True. Okay. Why did you not? Did I turn off? No, I didn't. Not in development. I swear 16 gigs of RAM is enough for anything. I think like Unreal... Man, when was the last time I had 16 gigs of RAM? I feel nerfed. Yeah, you definitely get nerfed. You want to see RAM get eaten up faster into videos? I've done that. Yeah, I'm still stuck on 96 gigs of RAM. Sad face. Let's disconnect this for now. I want to see something. That's the enemy manager. Who's... There's something wrong with... Which begin play gets called first? This one? Or this one? In theory... Play. See, now it gets called. So pool manager does that, it does that. Ah, so that's then getting called here. Okay, so then the easy way of doing this is to basically after all of this, we can call ready. Somehow I can achieve things in a real engine with a 2-core processor from 15 years ago. That's impressive, honestly. Like, considering if you factor in CPU degradation over years, that's quite impressive. Today, Brown, thank you for the hydrate, the stretch, and the pasta chat. I do appreciate it. I've got stretch. Look at the stretch. Okay. Nice. Okay, so let's have a look. There should be... Isn't real finish starting yet? Now, what we're going to do is that will be there. That will be like that. This... Actually, let's not even do that. Let's do... Nothing happens there. I'm going to have a custom event, so actually, we'll do this. Manager, my manager ready. Did I not do this right? Blueprint callable, blueprint implementable event, handle on enemy death. Enemy manager, I'm inside the enemy manager, handle enemy death. Event. There you go. Now we call that. Compile, save. Let's try that now. So now, if I press play, we do this. play 1, 2, 3, 4. We come back. We set this up. We go 1, 2, 3, 4. We go in here. We check. Does this have a type? It does. It has 4 types. 1, 2, 3, 4. A, B, C, D. Then we do that. We add it to the available pool. And we continue. And we press next. Take that off. Just that. Now, I forgot to start it in editor. Resume. So now we should have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we have a whole bunch that are pre-spawned. I really enjoy the look of F8. This look in the engine. This grayish. Where there's just it's the lighting only mode. It just looks so nice to me. Anyway, so that actually works. But does it play? I guess we've one way to find out. F7, 5, F9, F1, 2, 3. I guess just start does nothing. Okay, well, that's fine. We've made some good progress. We can now actually load the spawn queue. Oh, I know why it doesn't work, because we never actually execute the code to spawn them now. Because we preloaded them, and now we need to actually technically spawn them. Fair, okay. What time is it? It is time for me to stop for today. So we're going to raid. Who are we raiding today? Who shall we raid is what they say. Who shall we raid? Temtic is streaming. We've never raided Temtic. Because Temtic never streams when I'm on. I will try that again. We're going to raid Temtic because I've never raided Temtic before, because Temtic never streams on a Saturday, but Temtic is doing game jam, so Temtic is now streaming on a Saturday. This is the way. Dun, dun, dun. Thank you everybody for stopping by today. I hope you have a fantastic rest of your day, and we will see you all soon. Yes, I'll raid. Here's the raid message. We will see you back hopefully tomorrow. I'll see how I feel tomorrow. I feel like I'm on the verge of getting ill, but we'll see. See you later, Saturday. Goodbye, Marius. Let me know how your game jam goes. I'll speak to you later. Have a good rest of your day. Good luck with the rest of the game jam. What else is there? I think that's all there is to say. I hope you all have a fantastic rest of your day, and we'll see you soon. Bye, everybody. Bye.